Racing out.
The 52 Super Series is back. Very good morning. A final day and a good forecast in prospect. Allegra on top, but only on count back from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Is it going to be a three-way fight? It's going to be all about how many races we do. With Matteo Aguardo, the bowman on the Allegra. Matteo, you've been with the programme since the very beginning. Been bridesmaids 3 times. How do you feel about winning today?
Yeah, we can't wait to have a win in the series. We've been on the podium many times, and we're just missing the perfect position.
What are you going to be focused on today then?
We have a good forecast, windy, dropping a little bit in the afternoon. Probably the waves will be an issue because it's a bit cross wave. The waves are not the same direction as the wind, so it won't be easy for the helmsman, but we get wood.
You feel lucky?
Yes, I do.
Always. Good, thank you very much, Matteo. So we're going to be joined by Matt Cassidy. Matt, come and join me. Matt, you too have obviously been with the Quantum programme since pretty much the beginning. You know how to win. How does it feel today? Does it feel different?
No, it doesn't feel different. You know, we're, like we said earlier in the week, this is our first regatta with the new team. So our goal is to go out and put in 3 good races, 3 good keeper scores, so it doesn't put us out for the season. And if those scores are good enough to win the event or podium, that's great. But, you know, we just still want to be in the hunt, you know, for the overall.
What's the briefing then? What are you going to be talking about as you go in the water?
Well, you know, with the wind and waves, the teams that do well do the basics the best. You get off the line, have a good start, stay out of trouble. Basic crew handling, boat handling is good, and you know, if we do all the basics right, the results come.
Who leads the team then in this situation?
Kind of everyone in their respective areas, but you know, obviously Harry is stepping up really well as a helmsman, and he takes control at the starts, and it's kind of his boat. And then for the overall race course, it's Victor and Nevin, and Victor with the overall say on what the tactics are.
They've got a really good relationship, Victor and Nevin, don't they? From what we see, first regatta for them.
Yeah, exactly. I've never sailed with Nevin before, and I've never met him. It seems like those two are working really well together. You know, they spend a lot of time together on and off the water, so you can tell that they're gelling, and it's kind of exciting to see what's in store for the rest of the season.
So you're feeling lucky?
Always.
So we're with Adam Bichel, who's now the coach with the sled, the new younger version of Rod Davis. Adam, what are we expecting today? What are you saying to the team in this final big finale?
Oh, well, it's day 5 of a 25 long day regatta, but it's a beautiful day here in Palma. The sun's shining, we've got sort of 15 to 20 knots possible, so we can't complain about that. A little bit of an offshore sort of breeze in the west quadrant should make it interesting with the shiftiness out there. Lots to play for. Downwind is going to be very important. There's going to be big gains and losses downwind.
How did the team feel then this morning? We've been here before, you've been here before and come out on top.
Yeah, no, the team's excited for it. You know, there's been waiting for this season to kick off for a while now, and been a couple of little changes have to happen last minute, unfortunately for us, with on board the boat. But everyone's settled in well, and obviously results so far are promising. But today's another day, and we've got to finish it off.
What's going to be the absolute key today?
As I said, I think the downwinds. Your downwinds, getting it right downwind and being fast is going to be pretty key.
What's your role then over the course of the day?
Hopefully not too much sail shuffling going on, trying to limit the amount of times the chase boat has to come alongside the boat, and potential bit of wave action out there today. So yeah, just trying to keep it settled basically.
But off the top three teams, you guys have won before and you're the most settled team with the most experience.
Well, that's good news. Hopefully that plays for something at the end of the day, but as we all know, everyone has their own day, so we've got to show up today and put our best foot forward.
Great, thank you very much, Adam.
No worries.
So that's Adam Bischel then, now the coach on the sled. As I say, it's super close, really nothing in it between the top three teams. It's going to be a big question as whether we do three races, and we're assuming to a certain extent it's a three-way battle, but anything could happen. Let's go racing. Day 4, the penultimate day of racing. Well, unfortunately no racing today, over 30 knots and big building waves.
Definitely the right call. Start of the season, I mean, we've got a brand new boat, but a lot of the other teams, lots of changes over the winter. So when you go out on a day like this, you're going to break stuff.
Too much to go racing, but we made good use of the day. Our sustainability programme carries on.
Here in Palma, every single day we are doing something different. Another really impressive stuff what we did yesterday, there was the underwater cleanup. Because, that's one of the things we started doing, I think, 2 or 3 years at Menorca. But what we found yesterday, that was really unbelievable. So much shit. And sorry for using the wording, but it was really like, oof, that's the truth. And, when we're saying, okay, we have to have a deep dive into sustainability, I think, the images we saw yesterday, that was really a deep dive into shit. Then the other thing is, the cooperation which is still going on with Yachting Gives Back, the redistribution of food after racing. And that's really impactful because most of the people they don't think about, they think hunger is maybe a problem of Africa, but sometimes the hunger problem is so close to you, and that's really important, to do something and to start action.
So no racing, big Thursday in Prospecta. Top of the table at Sandy Soriano's Allegria. They're tied on points going into the last day, along with Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Really, anything could happen, but it's going to be a great finale. Well, a very good afternoon from the Bay of Palma. It's just turned midday here, and what a thrilling finale we have in prospect. Here we have three teams with only one single point between them. Two teams have won regattas before. That's Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. They have many regatta wins to their credit over the years. Sled, of course, 2022 champions. They won the championship here on the Bay of Palma in November 2022, and they also won the Rolex TP50 World Championship. They've also won quite a few regattas over their long and distinguished career on the 52 Super Series. So Allegria, top of the table just now. They're only on count back. They've had 3 second places over the course of their careers. I think so they started here on the circuit in 2015, but they've been bridesmaids 3 times, and they really are on fire. They've been super consistent with a second, a first and a third, and opening with that 8th place. So it's going to be a great showdown here on this last day. We've only had 2 big days. We've only had 2 days of racing so far, one of them with a 3-race day and an opening day with just one single race in light winds. So we've never experienced a start of the season like this, where we're going to finish, I think, with only 3 days of racing. But conditions are really perfect. We have 16, 17 knots of breeze, a big leftover sea, very choppy and quite gusty breeze. The wind axis is round at 280. Now we've been sailing so far in 255s and 260s, so that means the breeze is more to the right. The windward mark, I think, will be under the land on the west side of the bay here in Palma, and so that could make the wind quite shifty. Fascinating to hear the insights of Adam Bischel, saying that the downwinds really are where the gains and losses will be made. So the tail of the tape then, as I said, Allegria then are very much the team which we would consider the underdogs, and having not won a regatta so far, but they have this new boat. they're really fired up, inspired, having had the new boat, still learning it. They've never sailed it in this much breeze. Also, of course, changes on Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. In the mix, they have Victor Diaz de Leon, his first regatta as skipper. They have 4 new young sailors on board, so they're going to try and keep it super simple as well, avoid the shockers, and Sled, as I say, have the experience on board. They have Edo Stead in as a new tactician, and Edo knows the Bay of Palma. He's won with many different teams. He's won with RAN Racing, he's won with Quantum Racing before, and here he's looking to do the magic with the sled. So we're not really, although probably a 3-race day, so we're certainly not considering this just a 3-way fight. Interlodge are on 17 points, so only 3 points off the lead on what we're expecting to be a 3-race day. New afterguard there with Carlos Robles joining us as a strategist alongside the ever dependable Cameron Appleton, and navigator Ian Moore has been round the block quite a few times and a really super safe pair of hands. And of course in 5th, well, Prevezza really had a tough opening with that 7th. Now it's an emotional day for them in some respects, not just because they're fighting back after that disappointing finale to the season, but this is the last day with the P10, the Prevezza 10, and so they want to sign off for that boat with a fitting finale. And they're also only 3 points off the lead. 3 races could still be Prevezza's title here in Palma. Paprec in 6th. Well, they've had a great regatta by all standards. Pretty consistent 5-7, 6-6. Loic Perron adding a little bit of stardust to the programme, and the chef d'orchestre really calling the shots and inspiring that team. Gladiator, well, a little bit up and down, started on the up with that race win, but after that it's been a little bit difficult for them, not really having the breaks. Again, a boat which is new to them, the former Allegre, and I think just kind of finding their feet a little bit with it. And but again, they could come away and win races today. It's much more about boat handling in these conditions than the finer points of tactics and strategy. And a quick word for the platoon team. Well, they would love to finish on a high note, having had probably one of the worst days in the history of the World and 52 Super Series champions with a 10-10-7 a couple of days ago. So they can atone today in these perfect conditions. But things setting up nicely for this first race. To say a little bit of pressure for our race team led by Principal Race Officer Maria Torrijo. You look at the time limit is 15:30, so no warning signal after 15:30. So you talk about generally an hour per race, that's 3 hours of racing. It doesn't give you a lot of wriggle room to set courses, and if there's any technical breakdowns, we've had that on the last racing day with a few delays for teams who had mechanical problems, so any of that could really put the prospect of 3 races in jeopardy. So I say breeze is slightly more to the right. The windward mark will be closer, or certainly affected by the land more on this west side of the Bay of Palma, all the way out towards Magaluf and Puerto Portals to our right, looking upwind. So let's see how the teams set up. So many teams have big experience, loads of experience on the Bay of Palma. Not a race direction that we race in that often. So all the pressure on the start line, really have to go in well with a good lane in these bouncy conditions. We have quite a little bit of swell running in from the southwest, really, after the big winds of yesterday. Yesterday we missed out on racing because we had over 30 knots, and so this leftover swell is going to be a big component in the day's tactics. So final seconds coming into the start. Gladiator at the pin end of the line. Preveza next up. Alongside them is Platoon. Final seconds. Nice start from Preveza. Gladiator get away nicely. But not quite got the height off the line that Preveza have. Vayu tack off early. Quantum Racing, Harry Melgers gets a nice start in the middle of the course, or in the middle of the group on this left side. And then Allegra don't seem to have their best start of the regatta for sure. For me, I think this left side is initially good for Gladiator and particularly Preveza. Preveza bow forward on the Platoon Aviation, which is just to windward. Quantum sailing nice and high at the moment, separating away from Platoon. But at the moment, Allegra not looking quite as good. However, a long way to go in this race, and we're expecting big gains and losses in this fresh breeze. Paprec not getting off the line as well as they would have liked to. Neither Interlodge, so this is going to be an interesting race. To be fair, relatively difficult to steer in these conditions, and that may be where the likes of the skills of Guillermo Parada on the Gladiator and John Cutler come into play. Harry Melges has not got as much experience in this class at the moment. It looks like Allegra 3 or 4 boat lengths back on the fleet. Track just seemed to be a little bit slow off the start line at a few moments there. The Gladiator powering away nicely, moving forwards actually on Preveza, probably taken quite a few metres off them since the start line. Platoon in the mix as well. So for sure 1 or 2 small problems on the Allegra, not able to get off the line. Certainly a Gladiator on this side, looking good. Preveza certainly in the mix as well. I'd have them in our top 4 as we view it from, we're on the left side of the course just now. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, very much low risk in the middle of the course. Gladiator have more to risk, and I think we'll push on out to this left side. Vayu have got themselves off the line quite nicely. Have Interlodge. So then on this left side, the Gladiator sailing quite high on this starboard tack. If anything, a little bit of a righty for them, I think. This unique dynamic at the back of the boat, in the sense that Tony Langley makes executive decisions as tactician, but has a great input from the helmsman Guillermo Parada and navigator Bruno Cirilli. Chris Hosking also helping out in terms of the big picture, what he sees in the breeze. They're going into their tack now. So Gladiator tack into a little bit of a gust, fully arced up momentarily. Quantum looking good in the middle of the course. On board briefly with the Gladiator, just gives a little bit of a strange perspective because they're really working hard, pushing hard upwind. Just overpowered momentarily, very much on the edge in these conditions. Gladiator furthest out to the left and separated well away from the Prevezza. Bayou Alpha Plus over on that right side. Bayou furthest to the right, Alpha Plus, Paprec, Allegra in 10th at the moment, the regatta leaders. And as you know, of course, we're reminded once again, as on the dock this morning, that it's not all about winning regattas. It's everybody's real focus is on the long term, on the season. As Adam Bischel saying, it's a 25-day regatta. You have to look at it. Five-day regattas, round about 50 races in an ideal world over the course of the season. So that affects your risks. So Gladiator deciding that they're not going to cross the boats on the right, so for sure, as anticipated, some right hand coming in on the as we close to the land. The starboard tack lift. That's obviously what Nick Rogers looking for as our Alpha Plus. Tom Burton, Loic calling tactics on the Paprec, and progressively I think Allegri getting themselves back into this race. I wonder whether they had a little mechanical or a hiccup. Certainly had the main flapping momentarily on that upwind. The Gladiator take that hitch to weather, maybe a little bit of a split in the breeze as it were as you get closer to the land. Certainly happier to come out and try and find something different offshore. Oh, Tony Langley hiking hard on the rail of his Gladiator. Value actually not far from the starboard ley line. out on that right side along with Alpha Plus and Allegra. Now Gladiator, for me, we're right beside them, seeming to get a little bit of a lefty, a little lift on this left side. It looks to me like Platoon really are struggling. Not got the pace just now to live with. Interlodge just to weather of them, and quite far forward considering how far we've come up this first beat. So on board with Allegra just momentarily getting themselves up to 4th or 5th. Just to make it a little bit more confusing, then Bayou have the same sail pattern, the Quantum sails, the older Quantum sails, as Quantum Racing powered by American Magic tack out from that middle right position, looking like they will cross sled, so sled tack. Now at the moment looking as if Quantum Racing powered by American Magic have got a little bit of a lead just now. And to the benefit of this geographic lift on the right side, or certainly right of the main group. Watching to see how Gladiator do on this left side, whether they keep lifting or, yeah, they're just, it's interesting, they're just dropping into a little bit of a header. Obviously on this side, the closer you get to the land, the more you head, which is why we saw them hitch back out to the windward, away from that, the influence of the land, as it were. Oh, and so sled tacking underneath, and I think sled have got a halyard problem. Sled have a halyard, or certainly their jib is flapping, so they seem to have a mechanical problem. Let's see whether it's, yeah, they're having to drop their jib. Not sure what happened, whether it's the tack fitting. That's a tough one for sled. They're regatta title contenders, and that's going to cost them. They're already dropping backwards, trying to sort themselves out, but not quite sure what happened there, whether the head fitting on the sail pulled or something, but certainly the halyard tension went, and I think they're trying to replace the sail as quickly as possible. But that's a big one, a costly one for sled, who were third, just 1 point off the lead, the 2022 champions, and in trouble. Interlodge out on this left side now, certainly the left of the main group. Paprec going well, nice position, a little bit boxed in terms of the boats to weather, so they really need to keep lifting and get a good ley line if they're going to come in on port. But they've got quite a number of boats behind them, but Quantum Racing powered by American Magic in control for the moment. And I think Paprec potentially secondly coming back on port. And there's a big question now as to whether they can cross Pravetsa. I think they will. Yeah, so Sled have got someone up the mast. Sled have got someone up the mast at the moment. Just so it's obviously the so there's obviously a halyard. I think probably the halyard broke, or the halyard something happened. They've separated and they've had to go up and either retrieve it or sheave problem or. So we're at the windward mark, looking very much like Quantum going to lead round the top mark. Excellent work from the afterguard on the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. That is Victor Diaz de Leon and Nevin Snow combining, along with new navigator Evelyn Hull, helmsman Harry Melgis leading around the top mark. Now this time, once again, we saw this in the first day, Pravetsa just a little bit underlaid. Alpha Plus going to get round in second. Value a little bit tight for Leyline, but this is all to the good of Quantum, and in fact Allegra have got themselves up to third for the moment. A little bit of hard work just to get round. They're outside of Pravetsa. We've got somebody has fallen off, I think, off Allegra. Not sure. But it's all right. They're being rescued very quickly by the umpire. Alpha Plus round in third, I think. Allegra, I'm guessing it's Allegra because they're looking back, but Allegra round in third, sorry. Pravetsa fourth, Vayu fifth. Interlodge sixth, Paprec seventh. Eighth is Platoon Aviation, ninth, the Gladiator. And Sled have got a head sail set and are coming round in 10th. Alpha Plus must be. So it looks like Alpha Plus it is who have lost their man going back for him. So we know that not quite sure who it was, but just fell off in the approach to windward mark. Picked up, I think, fairly quickly by one of our umpires. Anyway, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, powering down this run, being chased by Allegra. Good recovery from them. Certainly not giving up easily. Two top teams on the leaderboard, looking a little bit more like a two-way fight. Unfortunately, after that mechanical problem for the sled. A problem at the moment, I think Allegra wanting to jibe. They've got Pravetsa outside them or inside them, and Vayu also inside them. They want to jibe and they can't go. And I think Nick Asher are just signalling that he feels they should be going left. Everyone else has gone left in the fleet. Quantum Racing well clear. So Vayu have gone, Pravetsa haven't. Meantime, they're both a little bit slowed and they've let Quantum Racing powered by American Magic get away. So Harry Melgis obviously really good in these big conditions, or big air conditions. to run the first run of the first race of the day. Advantage is with 5 times champions Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Allegra giving chase, but they're probably 100 metres behind. And Sled are quite a long way back as well, having had that problem with their jib halyard. Everyone at the back of the Quantum keeping the bow up. Hard work on board as they jibe. So Pravetsa inside them. So projected results would show that at the moment it would be Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, would take the lead of the regatta. Allegra challenging behind. A little bit of a messy jibe from Allegra, just not quite getting their timing on the wave as good as it could have been. Kite flogs momentarily, but they're in a good pressure. So Nevin Snow, the new strategist on the Quantum Racing, an ex-49er sailor with not a lot of big boat sailing experience, but in these conditions the ability to spot the bigger gusts and use the angles to best effect is really what makes him really valuable, working with Victor. And of course Victor and Harry have the relationship dating back to a full year now. Started out in Saint-Tropez a year ago. So the American flag boat is charging down the middle of the course. I think all the time trying to go for the lower risk option, not pushing out to the flanks, to the corners of the course, using the pressure downwind or using the gusts downwind as much as possible. All the time you're trying to keep the bow down and point to the leeward gate for as long as possible, going as fast as possible. So Sled working hard to get back into this fleet. Got some nice pressure coming down. Good gusts. Way over on that left side we have Vayu a little mini wrap in the kite as they jibe. So maybe some gains to platoon down this run. But Pravetsa going well, coming out from the left side, looking downwind. Quite a big separation through the fleet now, as you might expect in this breeze. So I think we're at the leeward gate now, and nice solid rounding coming in from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, not pushing too hard, taking a nice wide angle under no immediate pressure. So very much doing what Matt Cassidy told us they were planning to do. Just keep it simple, do the simple things well, try not to make any mistakes. So leeward gate then, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, going up the left side, coming round to the left mark, looking upwind. Allegra have come right back through the fleet after that small issue just not long after the start line. They're up to second, about 2-3 boat lengths ahead of Preveza. Platoon started the show now, having had a good run, just behind Allegra, coming in, jibing inside Preveza. Going to hold the kite just a little bit longer. Sled also back in the mix. Good recovery from them. Hopefully then that mechanical they had not costing them too much. They've certainly fought hard to get back in and are chasing into Preveza. Preveza going for a slightly earlier drop. Sled holding on longer. So Platoon round and fourth for me just now. Preveza fifth and Sled sixth. Interlodge not quite able to maintain the consistency in this stronger breeze, but they'll come round. In 6th, 7th Gladiator, 8th is Vayu, sorry, 9th is Vayu, and 10th is Paprec. Actually, I was right, sorry. I was right all along. That was 9th. Round was Vayu and Paprec pretty close together. And actually, of course, they've got 10th placed Alpha Plus, having picked up their man, I think, coming down in 10th, and quite a distant 10th. So, dominant position really now for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. They're well clear on this upwind. Probably about half a minute or so. And the luxury is theirs to either just keep a loose cover on Allegra or use the shifts a little bit, but I think they're really just in consolidate mode. But great racing all the way through the fleet. Wind is certainly high teens. We're going through a little gusty phase. Forecast to drop off in the afternoon, but just now certainly 17, 18 knots, maybe a little bit more in the puffs. But Allegra really looking the class act, considering their recovery. And all credit then to Sled. Kept cool, got their sails sorted, got a man up the rig pretty quickly, sorted out brought their halyard back down, I'm guessing, got the jib back on, or not sure whether it's a replacement jib or the same jib, but they've got themselves back into the race in 6th just now. So they're certainly not out of contention, but that was an expensive failure. And they were the team that were needing to put a couple of points on Quantum and Allegri. So no shortage of little dramas so far in this first race of the day. Race 5 of the series. We've had a little small mechanical problems. I'm sure something happened with Allegri not long after the start, only momentarily, but that dropped them back to certainly 9th or 10th on the water at that particular point, about a minute after the start, something like that. And also that problem with the sled. And the team which has really had fewest problems, made fewest mistakes, is Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. They're nearly 200 meters ahead. And I know that, you know, in truth, just thinking back to last season, I don't think we had many days with this size of swell, or indeed this wind strength. Maybe the odd race here and there, but I think last year was a very light season in terms of breeze. And I know that we were talking with Harry and Victor, saying they're really, as much as anything, they were looking forward to sailing in the stronger winds. And certainly look to be enjoying it. So this will have Doug DeVos's team clearly on top of the podium after this race, if things stay the same. Allegra would be in second, 1 point behind. And then it will be a little bit more open, I think. Travezza getting a chance at the podium the way things are looking at the moment, I think. So experience counts for so much in these boats on a day like this, both in terms of delivering the result, but just staying focused and not making the little costly errors. It's all about, certainly downwind, it's all about perfect choreography, perfect timing, being aware, looking out to see any situations developing. This breeze is quite gusty. We go through, there are definite phases to it. You have a phase of max pressure and then it seems to ease off a little bit. But in general, that right side seems to be preferred, as you might expect, with the west coast of the bay, say all the way out from the city of Palma, out through Palma Nova, Portals, and out to Magaluf. But it's been a pretty tough opening to the season in terms of losing 2 days of racing, but getting 2 good 3 race days and winds averaging over certainly 13, 14 knots. You're not be getting too many complaints from the teams, I don't think. The 3 race days are long, and certainly this early in the season, a particular credit to the shore teams, who I know a lot of them have worked long into the night just dealing with small problems, particularly the new boats. Obviously little teething problems here and there. And of course not too many opportunities to do much in terms of big jobs because the boats go on the ship. I think this weekend, or certainly in the next few days, heading for Newport. Where we'll be based with the New York Yacht Club for these 2 landmark regattas. And I wonder whether the New York Yacht Club's American Magic team, the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, I wonder whether they will arrive in Newport at the top of the regatta this season standings. Looking good for them just now, you'd have to say. They're quite a long way ahead of Allegra. Sled, of course, also members of the New York Yacht Club, as of course our Interlodge, Austin Fragament, I think a council member of the club, if I remember rightly, and Tony Langley, a member of the club, has been going there since 2015, 2016, raced his other gladiators there. Tony certainly has been an advocate of going to the one of the historic homes of the America's Cup. So the positions spread out a little bit now. Good to see Platoon in the mix. They were very deep at the top mark first time up. Crevettes are quite far out to that left side, looking upwind. Let's see whether they can find something coming back in here. Just trying to find themselves a lane. In 5th just now, behind Platoon. Interlodge we see in 3rd, we think, but probably in the next 2.5 minutes we'll have the leader, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming around this top mark. Something like that. Great images, big spumes of spray coming off the leeward bows. Still quite big waves. We don't anticipate that changing too much over the course of this afternoon. So we're at local time 12:49 now. You know, give or take, it's an average. A little bit more than 15 minutes in upwind, a little bit less than 15 minutes downwind. But we should be finishing in somewhere round about the hour. Of course, we're all looking at our watches to see whether we can squeeze in the 3 races. But at the moment, things looking pretty good for Doug DeVos's team. So Provezza coming in from the left on port. So second windward mark. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming in, and nice wide rounding, just about a boat length off on the approach. Harry Mell just bringing the bow down just to close the angle. Greg Gandel, Sarah Stone working hard out on the bow and mid-bow, setting up the sails. I think they're going to be at the offset mark. In fact, they'll probably have their kite launched and be going downwind by the time that our second place boat gets here. Now then, Provezza just quite close with Interlodge on the approach. Allegra. Nice ley line, a little bit, just giving themselves a little bit in the bank. Have to say that in the meantime, Interlodge, Provezza and Platoon coming in on port, just gaining on them in terms of distance. All three of them sailing high on port, just about ducking our little spacer mark, little protector mark. Anyway, Allegra round in second. First place boat is already heading downwind, comfortably settled with their kite. Interlodge coming round in third. Now it's going to be close between Platoon and Provezza on the mark, but Platoon trying to get the bows inside for the overlap, but it's too late. John Cutler closes the door. Gladiator not far behind. I think this is going to be a fascinating downwind between these boats in particular. I think Allegra quite comfortable in second. They've got a bit of daylight between them and Interlodge. Oh, penalty for Platoon. Penalty for Platoon. We got that? Penalty for Platoon. Just when they didn't need it, just when we thought they'd got themselves into the race. I think they got a foul on Gladiator, I think, on that final approach into the mark. I think actually coming into the spreader, the little protector mark. Gladiator go for the jibe set. Platoon really didn't lose too much for that. Boat length and a half, I think, on Gladiator, but every place, of course, as they know, is so important. Let's try and go. So very close between Allegra, Interlodge and Provezza, just quite gusty, and I think a little lull for Allegra. Certainly this second, third and fourth are far from settled, and indeed Gladiator taking a hitch down the left looking downwind. It's all about using the gusts and the waves. Now this time I can see that Interlodge have a little gust and a little bit of extra wave. Behind them Provezza also on the same gust, and that's not quite hit Allegra yet. But Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, are, I think, by the looks of things, Quantum got foils on. They're absolutely flying. and have pulled out so much distance. Just going into their jibe now. Good jibe, really masterclass in terms of jibing on the wave. Just a few seconds to get the kite settled. Projected standings, well, yeah, it would be a single point gain to Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Interlodge moving up to third just now after that damage to or problem for sled. So we've got Nevin Snow looking over the back, I think, and a couple of others just calling the wind pressure and the gust. All the way at the back of the boat. Fantastic images. TP52 at full chat as great sailing conditions, bows up. Harry Mell just giving us a lesson how to use the waves. Pulling the bow up is going along the wave, building the apparent wind. And then as you hit max speed, just letting the bow drift down. All the time trying to sail the most direct angle towards the finish line. You kind of have to consider this might be, although I said it on day one or day two, kind of ominous signal of what we might see through the rest of this season, but for sure at the moment a great start to 2024 for the Quantum programme. I think as much as anything at the moment, just having fun. Little lull. Sailing across the wave, trying to find the pressure, sailing to the pressure. So Platoon have got themselves up to fourth. Though I think they lost 50-60 metres. But Platoon have got themselves back through Privezza after that penalty at the top mark. So yeah, kite gone for the Paprec, split in half, I think. Big split, loftily. Nothing left but the luff tape, as they say. Kite going in the water. So just trying to get themselves sorted out, get a new kite up as quickly as possible. Just recovering the damaged sail, but in the meantime, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, another big surge, another big wave, just coming in for a jibe now. Coming into the finish line in the next few seconds, and a race win which will give them the regatta lead here on the Bay of Palma at this first regatta of the season. Third place overall for the season 2023. We're in contention, I think, if I remember rightly, in Saint-Tropez, but didn't make it in the end. That was Privezza's regatta. This time, 5 times the circuit champions coming through the finish line for a race win now. First overall at the moment then on the regatta standings, moving 1 point clear of Allegra. Allegra actually have got their hands full in the sense that they're a little bit out to that left side. We've got Interlodge charging down here on the right side of the downwind ahead of Preveza. It's going to be very, very close between the four boats coming in. I think Allegra may lose. Certainly they have lost Interlodge, they have lost Preveza, and potentially may even still lose Platoon. A little bit of a slow motion jibe for them. So in the end, it's the other American boat, Interlodge. Karen Appleton takes second. Preveza come through for third. And can Platoon get it through ahead of Allegra? Allegra struggling here. Platoon accelerating. It's going to be extremely close, and Platoon are going to get there. Platoon just surged through just ahead of Allegra. That's going to sting for Allegra. They were second all the way around the course and lost three boats in the last 400 or 500 metres of the course. They have to regroup now and fight back from that, but all credit to Interlodge, Cameron Appleton, Carlos Robles, the new Spanish strategist, another 49er sailor. But they got the bottom of that run right, coming in on the right, challenged by Preveza. So all credit as well to Preveza, but that's a clear lead. Opening the lead for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic as well, and I think probably Interlodge getting up to second on the table. Gladiator coming through now, and Sled in the end up have lost a bunch of places as well. Paprec have come down without their kite and will probably lose to probably they're shouting at Paprec are shouting at Sled not to try and come above them, but Paprec just live on with no kite, get through the finish line in 8th place ahead of Sled. Sled, a really emotional roller coaster of a race, sailing very, very deep through the line, almost dead running, almost in the point of jibing. So they too have to regroup, and Alpha Plus then coming through in 10th place. So excellent race for the Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Interlodge taking the opportunities coming down that final run, so too Preveza. Platoon adding insult to injury, I think, for the Allegra, just nipping them on the line. So what a race. And Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, step clear at the top of the table. Fantastic conditions, breeze probably touching 20 knots, no sign of the breeze dropping at the moment, and with all the fleet through the finish line, and no requests so far for any kind of break, no obvious mechanical problems, so we should be rolling fairly quickly into race 2. And I think we're going to take a little bit of a break and join us again in a few minutes. We'll go into the second race, but Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, in the driver's seat. The 52 Super Series is back. Well, indeed, we are back on the breezy Bay of Palma. We have up to 20 knots on the start line for this second race of the day, after a masterful display from the 5 times champion Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, led by Victor Diaz de Leon with the new afterguard, including Evelyn Hull and new strategist Nevin Snow, working together beautifully, leading by over 400 metres, coming through the finish line to lie 4 points clear of Allegri. Andy Soriano's team then losing out, coming down the final 500 or 600 metres off the last run of that first race, dropping to 5th. So they're now 4 points behind, tied with Interlodge, Cameron Appleton and Carlos Robles. Ian Moore doing a great job calling the shots coming down that final run, stealing second just ahead of Provezza. As we said earlier on the day, Provezza wanting to sign off with their current boat they've had since 2018. This is their last races with the boat, which finished second last year, which has won here since 2017, I think it was 2019 they won here when the boat was relatively new. So they want to sign off with the Provezza with a win. Disappointing for Sled, ending up in 9th. They had that mechanical problem coming not long after the start line. Lost their jib halyard, had to replace it, have a man up the mast, and then I think had another problem in the final round, so dropping to 9th place. They're down in 5th. So all to play for really. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, in the box seat at the moment. I say with that 4-point lead, we're I think it's 45 past the hour here local time. So sorry, 47 actually just now. And so time is moving on. Remember, we can't have a warning signal after 3:30. At the moment we're still on schedule for 3 races. Anticipating, I guess, a warning signal. If everything goes to plan, a warning signal for the third race probably off the order of 3 o'clock or just after. But we've had quite a delay really between races, 1 or 2 mechanical problems on board different boats. The breeze has moved round to the right another 10 degrees. We're now at 275, a windward leg, I think is 2 miles. But again, the breeze moving round to the right brings the windward mark closer to the land. And you'd imagine a more one-sided, perhaps a right-sided course. Certainly the right has paid consistently on the upwinds. So really a strong display, I would say, from the Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on that first beat. Nice start, and then really playing the percentages. They're not pushing the risk factor just now. They are, however, alongside Allegri on this start line. Gladiator again, or Gladiator and Provezza opting for the pin. This Gladiator came off the pin last time and did quite well on the left. So final seconds, the speed build. The speed is building most at this left side. Gladiator very much kind of time on distance at this end. So final seconds, Provezza looked to me to be coming in for a peach of the start. If it's timed nicely, very close to the gun, but a good start for Prevezza. 2 boats up from the left. Paprec not getting a good start. Value second row coming off the line. So too are Alpha Plus. Solid start once again, middle of the line, relatively speaking, or certainly 4 or 5 boats up from the left side. Good start from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. They're in the lee bow of their main rivals for the title, Allegre. They're bow forward on them. We're on small jibs, or certainly they're on a small jib. Good start from Interlodge actually as well. Chris Matthews driving. They've got a nice little lane, I think, above Prevezza. See Quantum squeezing up as much as they can to try and hurt Allegre, who started to weather of them. Prevezza really going nicely. Second boat up from the left off the pin. Moving forward very, very slowly, inching forward on Interlodge. Sled going out to the right early. Seem to be going quite nicely. Looks to be a pretty good start from Platoon in the middle of the group. On port just now, good recovery from them in that last race. As ever, the Vasco Vascotto taking his opportunities right at the finish line. But they're in a good position now. Nice open lane, heading to the right. It's going to be interesting to see what the Brains Trust on the Prevezza want to do. They're actually still pinned by Interlodge. Gladiator to their left. You just see the green camber stripes of Quantum through that shot. Quantum not quite going as well as Prevezza. Just now I think they're kind of working a little bit to contain or hold Allegre to weather. But for me the quickest on the water just now is Prevezza. So just interesting to note for the design geeks, if you like, or the Uber fans, that after this regatta, for the 2 regattas in Newport, it'll be the first time I think since the start of the 52 Super Series that we don't have any Vrolic design in the fleet. As say Prevezza retire, or the boat is being retired out of the fleet as of today, so their new boat coming on stream in August. So this left side of the course, Prevezza and Gladiator looking quite good. Interlodge tack away, leave the door open now to Prevezza so they can go. I think they're both going to cross Quantum. So Quantum not so good at the moment. I have them 6th or 7th. At the moment, really, they can't. Nobody can afford to. You don't want to be trying to cover any boat to try to win regattas. It's all about the long term, the season championship. It's not an individual championship in any size, shape or form. So Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, will be very much sailing their own race, not considering too much what Allegra are doing. But just now, Pravetza on this left side, they look pretty good just now, but there was the right, which paid on the upwind first time up. Bayou and Alpha Plus furthest to the right, along with Sled. So looking still a little lift, I think, just now for Pravetza. But Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, I mean, things looking quite interesting. It's going to be all about whether the right stays strong. And I think probably a little bit more wind pressure just now offshore. But off the main contenders, well, all three of the current top boats out on this left side. For sure, I've got Pravetza still in a consistent lefty, little lift, a little bit more wind pressure, probably bow to bow just now with Sled inshore. Sled for sure, you can see them against the Palma City cityscape, just at the top end of the city. But all the time I think the advantage increasing just now. Certainly I think there's more pressure offshore just now where Pravetza are and Interlodge are. Probably the starboard tack lift, but less wind in closer to the land. And on this left side, just beside us, Gladiator furthest to the left. Still quite awkward because the swell is coming from the left rather than straight on. It's pretty hard work steering upwind. Yeah. So Quantum Racing 6th or 7th just now. Main problem for them is they're going to have to struggle at the moment to get through the boats which are to windward, Pravetza and Interlodge in particular. So the balance tipping all the time. And for sure there's not the dominant display that they had in the previous race when they led round the top mark. However, it's still going to be a very close top mark rounding, I'm sure, this time. It's all about this the balance in this breeze. For sure, the right-hander, the lift on starboard is working for the boats inshore. But logically, as the Pravetza and Interlodge in particular go across, they should knock should get a header. But at the moment they're going across with still slightly more wind pressure. Regatta heeling slightly more, but it's close between them and Sled. And also, logically then as well, Gladiator being furthest offshore has more wind pressure, and still actually you see they're lifting quite significantly relative to or lifted relative to Regatta to Leeward, who are starting to knock into the breeze, which is more influenced by the shore. Now, the problem with Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, I think, doing turns, not quite sure what happened there, but that's cost them. They're now out the back of the fleet, had to do a penalty. I think that was maybe with a crossing with Allegra, but top two boats in the regatta, on the regatta standings, are presently in, I would say, 8th and 9th. Quantum actually 10th just now. And I've got Gladiator still going well, coming from the left. Remember, they started off the pin and the line. Platoon in the middle of the fleet. And so this is really a bit of a disaster just now for Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. They are in 10th, having just taken a penalty. I'd say the tracker has Allegra 7th, but I'm not sure about that. I would potentially have them in 9th, just not far ahead of Quantum Racing. So Gladiator leading, coming from the left, having come off the pin end of the line. Platoon furthest to the right, closest to the shore on port. Now they should benefit once they attack. So things shaping up slightly better today for the 2023 champions. The world champions tacking now onto starboard. Little duck from Interlodge. And just now, I think the regatta title would be sitting with the Interlodge, if I'm not mistaken. We'll run the points as we approach the windward mark, but there's a lot of racing to go today. But these are tough moments for Quantum. Such a big win in the previous race, and at the moment in a distant 10th. As we approach the windward mark, actually the breeze is quite left, looking at Gladiator. Gladiator coming to the protector mark, downwind of the windward mark just now, and almost having to duck round it. Breeze has eased very slightly, as it was forecast to do. Wonder whether it's shifting with that. Looking very much like this will be Gladiator, I think, coming to the windward mark with the lead. So Guillermo Parada steering. 4 times 52 Super Series champion, leading around the top mark. Vayu coming in on port, trying to find a little spot to tack on. I think they're going to get round in third, but a Gladiator lead then. Round second, in fact, will be a Sled. Prevezza having to duck round, I think. Well, actually, they're going to come in late, but they certainly haven't found themselves a spot in the lineup. Round second then is Sled, then Vayu. Platoon getting around in fourth, but they're tight on the mark. But nonetheless, they get round in fourth with Prevezza in fifth. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming in late on port. They find themselves the lane, just tacking alongside Interlodge. So Prevezza round in fifth, Interlodge sixth, Alpha Plus seventh, eighth is going to be Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and Allegra ninth, and Patrick round in 10th. So when we run down this, when we get down this run or onto this run, let's have a look at the projected point standing if we can. Because at the moment I think Interlodge would be leading, but a great sight as the kites are set. Credit to the Gladiator team. Came off the thin end, stuck to their guns out on the left. Yeah, actually Quantum still leading then on points, but by 2 points from Interlodge. Prevezza would be third, Sled fourth. Certainly potentially USA 1-2 in this race and this regatta at the moment. Sled not far out of it on 26 points. Second in this race, whether Sled can get round Gladiator, and obviously clearly showing how much the breeze has shifted. That nobody, I don't think, nobody has jibed set, and nobody has jibed. So good race so far then from Vayu. Although they're just losing their kite a little bit on this quite tight reach just now, or run. Just lost the kite momentarily. Platoon giving chase, charging down, trying to catch Vayu. But so far it's a little bit processional this run, although it's only one boat has jibed, and that is Allegra. Very, very close. It's speed test down this run. I know that the Gladiator boys are very much liking this new boat to them, particularly downwinds. The former Allegra, they have 2 boat lengths ahead of a Sled, and Vayu and Platoon doing all they can to get round Vayu. Bayou protecting. Staying high, but there's no passing lane just now for the champions. Who I think will just stay, but it's certainly a long starboard just now. It's a real emotional roller coaster of a day so far. Coming into the last day with a lead, albeit on countback for Allegra. Having sailed so well so far, losing 3 boats approaching the finish line has hurt them, and now in 10th. It's really up and down this race. So too, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, are deep as well. So it's all about who can chip away, who can pull back places in these brisk conditions. Fantastic racing. Big waves, big surfs. Gladiator got everything nicely under control. I say the experience of Guillermo Parada, 4 times winner with Bruno Zerilli as navigator on the previously on the Azura. So Allegra dropping to 5th overall for the meantime. Still Quantum 2 points clear in the on the regatta standings. So we're coming down this first run, and Gladiator leading, Sled in second. Sled going pretty well though. Advances from Platoon coming down this run. Say they were just inside and therefore jibed a little bit earlier than Bayou. Great run this one. Nice big waves. This is one of the benefits of sailing early season in Palma. As we approach the leeward gate, then it's Gladiator going for the safe early drop. So coming round now, Gladiator then leading. Safe drop from the sled. Platoon holding onto the kite longer, going to the right hand mark. Vasco and Geordie wanting the right, I think, perhaps going upwind. So they are on the right hand mark now, along with Sled on the left. So 4th round will be Preveza. 5th, Bayou on this left side, having lost Platoon. And Preveza, I think, coming down that run. Interlodge coming at speed for 6th. Nice rounding from them. Solid, tidy drop. Just perfectly timed, getting everything cleared away as they come round the mark now. Now then, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, a little bit in the cheap seats just now. When saying that, they have Allegra quite a far behind them. Quantum have Alpha Plus outside them. They have mark room though. Quantum having a problem getting their kite away. Just away, but a little bit untidy. It's not quite away, in fact. So a little bit at 6s and 7s, the Quantum team just now, but they get round in 7th. 8th now Alpha Plus. 9th will be Paprec and Allegra in 10th. So breeze is up, I would say certainly over 20 knots on this upwind. 2021 we've got a little bit of spray blowing off the top of the waves, which are actually flattened out. They're not quite as bouncy because the breeze is coming a little bit more off the land and slightly protected by the land. So Gladiator really have probably consolidated a bit going up the early part of this beat. Good rounding, working well offshore. Remember the left paid first time up. So for sure the So Platoon going well just now, 3rd I think on the water. And particularly with this left favoured breeze. It's a real balance. What do the teams always want races, but Quantum hanging on to this regatta title by a thread just now. Allegra, who were on top, dropping down the leaderboard, so that I think everybody hoping for a third race all the time. Prevets on sled. Preveza and Interlodge tussling for the podium places, but at the moment Quantum Racing powered by American Magic on 22, Preveza 23, Interlodge 25, and Allegra dropping to 5th just now, considering their 10th. Gladiator moving up to 6th, but nothing in it really. Still then the dream alive for the Preveza team, in fact becoming more and more alive with every leg, hoping to sign off with a regatta win and bury the ghosts of Palma's past. So that really would be a dream finish for Ergen Imre's team. They are only 2 points away from that dream at the moment, and I say I'm pretty sure we'll do a third race, assuming there's no big delays after the finish. We're 20 past 2, we've got an hour in hand, let's say, a little bit more than that. We're over halfway up this beat, or halfway up this beat. So getting well into this second beat. Gladiator ahead. Sailed a really strong race so far, no major errors. Sled in close contact. And Platoon I would probably have, I think, in third just now. So we've lost these two racing days over the course of this 5-day regatta, but I think by and large most people would accept those losses and be happy with great days like the day before yesterday, when we put in 3 excellent races and good wins, and today is just probably one of the most memorable racing days we've had, I think, since 2022 in terms of breeze and waves. End of 2022 was a fantastic finale, but that was in November, and although we had lots of wind on the last day, it was a northeasterly blowing off the land, so you don't get this quite unusual big swell, quite choppy on top. So indeed, Gladiator then just crossing in front of Sled, still in contention, having a pretty solid race is Vayu. Nopakao Poonpat, their former Optimist World Champion, really relishing these conditions, the biggest conditions she's steered a 52 in, certainly here. Good on the first round, faded a little bit on the run, got outside 2 boats, and not quite as slick as the top teams in terms of boat handling, but I always find it incredible, a phenomenal performance for what is still a family team. 6, I think, members of the family on board. Big drama earlier on in the week when Father Tom inadvertently knocked his son out, Nick. He was doing something and inadvertently punched Nick quite heavily. Nick was knocked unconscious, momentarily suffering from a concussion. So setting up for the windward mark, the lineup on port tack, starboard tack, started to set up. Noticeable this time that nobody really coming in tight on the from the left. So still Sled in second, Gladiator leading Platoon in third, Preveza fourth, Vayu in fifth. Vayu setting up to weather. I think we're going for the low risk approach now in these breezy conditions. Trying not to underlay. Even harder with this choppy swell. Who'd have thought the top two boats in the regatta this morning would end up with, I think, 9th and 10th just now. And Interlodge quite deep as well, so we're setting up for a big finale. Still anyone's regatta. And certainly Platoon Aviation have liftoff today. Looking at putting together a fairly solid final day. So far looking at fourth and a third just now. Actually, a breeze quite right hand coming in here. So, Gladiator, Tony Langley's team, come round still in the lead. So top mark, second time up, Gladiator leading, Sled in second, Platoon come round in third, Prevetsa have a nice ley line, just coming round the mark now in fourth. Fifth will be Vayu. Sixth, Interlodge. Interlodge still got 15-16 metres to go to the mark. With big bouncy waves just stalling them very slightly, but they're coming round now. Then it's Patrick Quantum Racing in eighth. And Allegra in 9th and 10th at Alpha Plus. Kites up once again, it's long starboard. So big gust for the Vayu, just getting things under control. Great conditions, great images. Little now the helmswoman working hard. Just talked to me the other day about how the loads are quite hard for her. They're doing a great job. Interlodge have a small problem, the kites flogging momentarily, getting it back under control. Patrick catching them slightly. And Platoon Aviation absolutely flying. So just now it's still just a point in it between Quantum Racing and Prevetsa. Interlodge, so 23 for Quantum, Prevetsa 24, Interlodge 25. So Quantum in need of, well, would love to get a place coming down this run. Prevetsa could take the regatta lead if they can make a gain, they can get through Platoon, but there's not going to be any easy passes coming down this run. But look how close it is on the point standing. 23 to Quantum, 24 to Provenza, Interlaunch 25, Sled 26, Allegra 28. Gets closer and closer every year on the 52 Super Series, and I'm sure we're going to get one more race, not even 2:30 here. And why not make the most of these fantastic conditions? So Gladiator going into their jibe, heading for the finish line. Platoon jibe earlier, and the Gladiator fully arced up. Loads and loads of experience on board the Gladiator. Chris Hosking, runner trimmer, has been there with the circuit since the Med Cup days before. Hugely experienced boat builder and project manager on the runner, which is such an important role on these boats, calling the breeze, but also it's very much the accelerator. But Bruno's the really navigator, Guillermo Parada, Tony the owner, Andy Escort, the main trimmer from Quantum Sails, Francesco Scalici, the grinder, stir-fry downwind trim, working hard just now, Joey Newton, upwind trimmer, David Vera, the pitman, Bradley McLaughlin, the mid-bow, and cat flap, Matt Cornwell, safe pair of hands up on the bow. Though platoon really going quick down that left side, almost on terms. Jibed a little bit earlier. They really pushed for the opportunities coming downwind, and a real never say die approach from Vasco and Jordi. Remember, they just pipped Allegri on the last race. So platoon there on the left, coming downwind, closer to the island shore. Quick on board with platoon there. Vasco actually out there on the rail, just Cheese, Ross Dirk de Ridder on the main sheet, just calling the breeze, or working with owner driver Harmiller Spreer. So can platoon make that work coming down that left side? Gravetza pushing sled. So Quantum having taken a place, I think, coming down this run, or according to Virtual, maybe getting a little extra point coming down this run. So the British flagged Gladiator, last jibe coming into the finish line. This will be their second race win. Won the first race of the regatta. So it's a races between sled and platoon. Gladiator coming through for their second race win of the week. Now I think that platoon have got the angle, I'm sure, And coming away, helmsman Harmler Spear pulls the bow down. They have the acceleration, they have the momentum, and they have the runway to build speed and pass sled in the final seconds. And so Platoon Aviation then, the world champions, circuit champions, their best finish of the week, saving the best to last and getting second place, stealing second from under the noses of sled, just as they did to Allegra in the previous race. Travezza then coming through for fourth. Then Vayu holding in there for fifth. You have a good ley line for the finish. Nice work from Rick Nodgers. The double Olympic medalist calling tactics as ever on the Vayu. So Team Vayu, then a close finish between Interlodge and Pat Prick, but surge through the line for the American boat to deny the French. Then it's Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming through with an eighth. Unexpected eighth, you'd have to say, and likewise ninth in the end for Allegra, having a little bit of a nightmare considering where they were coming into the morning, but ninth, and then Alpha Plus in 10th. So everything to play for, I think, on this final race. It's Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, still, I think, holding the regatta lead, but it's nothing in it, and we're looking forward to a great finale in a few minutes' time. We should certainly go into third race. Join us then.
racing now.
The 52 Super Series is back. Well, we promised you a Thursday thriller, and that's exactly what we're getting here on the Bay of Palma. Real up and down, topsy-turvy results for the top teams, the main contenders, with Quantum Racing their leaders coming into the day, or leaders coming into the race with an 8th place Gladiator winning that race, Allegri getting 9th in that race, and really there's everything to play for. There's just 3 points separating the top 3 teams. Quantum Racing leading on 23, Privetz on 24, Interlodge on 25, and Interlodge on 25, yeah, Sled on 27. So really, I would say any of these top 4 teams just now have a good chance of winning. But it's Quantum Racing powered by American Magic's Regatta to lose just now. I would say they have the bit between their teeth. They got themselves into a situation with Paprec in that previous first upwind and had to do turns, and that cost them the port starboard on the first upwind. But Privetz charging, really, as we said, they want to finish their careers with the Privetz 10. This boat would just serve them so well, got them to 2nd last year, and of course contenders so many times for the circuit title, but they want to sign off with that boat with a regatta win for their owner Ergen Imri. They're only 1 point behind, and Interlodge also looking for their first regatta win as we all head to the USA, to Newport, Rhode Island. And just to note, we have 3 American teams in the top 4. So that's Quantum Racing, of course, representing New York Yacht Club here, and American Magic representing New York Yacht Club in the America's Cup. Interlodge are Rhode Island, Newport, Rhode Island based team, and Sled, Mr. Akura, a proud member of the New York Yacht Club, where he keeps his 12 metre. So breeze is still up. We have fantastic conditions, 21 knots, I would say, gusting still. Breeze is round at 280 and a 1.9 mile first leg. So we have only 15 minutes in hand in terms of the time limit. We've got a pin set, we're into the start sequence, and what do you know, well, Quantum Racing setting up at the moment 3 boats from the pin end of the line, just certainly wanting the left side of the course, staying well clear, trying to find a nice lane early on. Patrick trying to set up at the pin as well. Cedric Chateau, the helmsman on Paprec, is another of these French polyvalent sailors, let's call them, able to perform offshore and ocean racing short-handed, an ex-match racer and accomplished Grand Prix racer. He's on the helm. Gladiator just closing the door a little bit on them, just coming down on their bow. Now then, Privetza more towards the windward end of the line. John Cutler holding the bow up, just holding their position, building themselves a little bit of runway to leeward. The final seconds, so a good start from Gladiator off the pin now. Patrick trying to get up to the line. They're just a little bit low on the pin just now. So we're in the final speed build. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic have a nice lane in the middle of the pack. The gun goes, and a good start from Gladiator again off the pin end of the line. Guillermo Parada, one of the best starters in the fleet. They have Alpha Plus above them. Patrick in the end not making a ley line to the pin, having to tack off early. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, get off safely. Alpha Plus 2 boats up. Platoon have a decent start. They're one boat up from Quantum. Sled, I think it is, in between them. So, replica of the previous start for the Gladiator team. Coming off the pin end of the line, it worked for them last time. Moving forward slightly on Alpha Plus. So it's a Quantum fairly solid. They don't have an interlodge above them, but managing to hold their own. Allegra seemed to have made a better start this time. Allegra in the middle of the line, or middle of the lineup. The Vayu have tacked off early. Patrick had to take these sterns, but just now the battle is between Quantum Racing, who are just getting bow forward on Interlodge. Allegra, though, just tacked up, tacked away from Quantum. So Patrick had to take some sterns after that aborted pin end start. We were closed out by Gladiator. Quantum nice and high, squeezing up to try and hurt Interlodge. Not sure that Interlodge will be able to live there for very much longer. So we're seeing there bow number 19, Allegra. And their bow number 9 there, the red-hulled Crevezza. So the investment is out on this left side, usually, or we have seen previously. Only really start to see once Gladiator attack. But there go Quantum Racing going now. Just keeping a little bit of a loose cover, I think, on Allegra, and or just going with Allegra and Interlodge. Certainly not letting Interlodge away. Platoon just under Quantum. So I'm sure that the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic team are not thinking sums, they're just thinking we need to go out there and win this race. I kind of feel that Gladiator are not as high on this tack as they were on the previous upwind, in the previous race, sorry, on the first upwind. So just now then on this upwind, Travezza would have the regatta lead, but it's really nothing in it. On board with Vayu then, furthest to the right, closest to the Palma shore. Remember they were having a pretty good series of first beats from memory so far today. Now that's interesting. Boats seem to be quite high on starboard generally once they get across that, and they're looking at sled. Sled got a nice line. And going well, I mean well clear of Quantum for example. I think a little bit lifted on starboard. So sled then just tacking back, just using the little shift. Side after guard, Edo Stead. Calling tactics, working with Andrea Vicentini, the navigator. Missing a dedicated strategist, of course, because Mr. Akura, the owner, is not here, so Murray Jones, the usual tactician, is steering. So just now, Quantum and Platoon, Alpha Plus, all pretty close. It's quite shifty, I think, or certainly quite puffy. Looking at the different angles we saw sled on the previous starboard, now quite lifted on port. And I think it's very much about the influence of the land, quite high land out to the right. Up the back of Puerto Portales. So I think the breeze bounces a bit off the land. Just now Vayu using the starboard tack lift. Once again the Gladiator quite high on port. So let's see how this plays out then. For me, Gladiator quite strong on this left side, but Value appearing around their bow a little bit. Yes, so that working well just out for Value. Nick Rogers, the tactician. Corvettes are coming across on starboard. I think will be ahead of Platoon. Sled in the middle of the course. Mickey Miller then on the handles on the Platoon. Platoon just tacking to weather of Provenza. So Platoon then there with a good second. They're having a much better day. And at least they should finish with some smiles on their faces, considering how they were in the yesterday. It's always going to take them some time to get to know the new boat. They're in the frame just now. So over at that far right hand side, Allegra. So bow number 27 on board there with the Value coming across at Sled, and I think we'll just cross Sled. Allegra furthest out to the right. So Nick Asher and Will Ryan look like they might have called this one. Maybe. Certainly not looking good for just now for Quantum Racing nor Alpha Plus out on that left side. So it's going to be fascinating to see the order at this windward mark. Gladiator, that left side didn't really work for them. They're going to come up and tack on top of. Going to tack on top of Quantum Racing. So looking like the lead for Allegra. Allegra, I think, are fairly safely aligned, certainly between them and Value. Value, I don't think, have led round their windward mark so far. This regatta, it's very close. Value just a little bit low on ley line, or certainly having to work quite hard. Allegra further to windward. Sled are coming in now. So at the windward market is Value inside boat. Whitcraft family leading round the top mark. Overlapped with Allegra. Allegra just outside them. Next round, well, it's going to be between Sled and Gladiator. Gladiator coming through now in third. Then Sled. In fourth. Fifth will be Quantum Racing. They have Pravetsa 3 boats behind them now, so Quantum still leading the regatta. Alpha Plus next. Alpha Plus, Paprec, Platoon, Pravetsa, and Interlodge then back in 10th. So Allegra fighting back, Value leading. Quantum pretty solid mid-fleet just now. Key for them is they have Pravetsa behind them for the moment. Pravetsa struggling to get their kite up. No, certainly not as slick as they usually are, but just took them a few moments. And Platoon back in 9th. Gladiator rolling over, or trying to roll over the top of Allegra. The old Allegra versus the new Allegra. Gladiator just managing to do that, in fact. Sailing a little bit higher. The kite is absolutely on the edge. Getting a little bit of separation, and Allegra respond. So all 3 boats now overlapped. So if the position stayed the same, then Allegra would still come away with, or would come away with second. So this is looking much better for them. Considering the previous race, their saving graces, both Allegra and Quantum were deep in the last race. Meantime, Value hanging on, but only just. Gladiator's trying to go round the outside of Allegra. So once again, along starboard, all 10 boats lined up coming down on this starboard side. Sled in 4th, Quantum in 5th, Alpha Plus Jide. So we're on the first run of the last race here on the Bay of Palma. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, hold the regatta lead. Value leading the race. Sled trying to get down inside, being pursued by Quantum. Quantum also soaking down a little bit. So Value still holding out nicely in the lead. Going past a little cruising catamaran in a second. Just to the windward of Allegra. Got a great view of the racing. Gladiator still trying to get round Allegra. Now Preveza doing what they do best. In some senses, getting to soak down, try and get down inside Quantum. And if they can do that, it's really in the balance between them and Sled. Projected points, standings flicking to and fro over second, third and fourth all the time. Just now it's on count back, but let's not get overexcited. There's still quite a long way to go in this race. But credit in the meantime to Value. Value sailing very nicely. I think the breeze has dropped very slightly, maybe. Yeah, a little left shift, perhaps. I think coming down this run. And some pressure coming off the shore. So more of a you do see this not all the time, but regularly. The breeze pulses down off the shore. Gives you a little bit of a header on the starboard jibe. I think that maybe Preveza have got hooked into that. Yeah, Preveza going well. Hamish Pepper working with the strategist Colin Barada. The leeward gate coming up, the breeze quite puffy now, quite gusty. Alpha Plus have gone way down to the left, coming downwind. Potentially made a little bit of a gain. Good puff for Allegra. So yeah, I think Preveza have called this right coming down this run with the that lefty, that shift, which seems to have worked a little bit for Alpha Plus. So the regatta title swinging back and forward all the time. Preveza have called this. Got the breeze, or they've got the shift, now they're getting the pressure. Bow digs in, although momentarily so hopefully we'll get a quick points update after this rounding, but just now things moving back in favour of Preveza, but it's Value round the right-hand mark, looking upwind with Alpha Plus coming at them. Preveza will get round in second, potentially on this left-hand mark. Round the right-hand mark, it's Alpha Plus. And Sled on the left-hand mark, leading Allegra in. Allegra round now. A little bit of a gain to Interlodge, who were last at the top mark, coming around now in sixth, I think, seventh. Gladiator. Then it's going to be, actually Platoon have got themselves into real spot of bother there, but they are coming round the right hand mark. Inside of it, Quantum Racing. So Quantum, I think, coming round in ninth, Platoon in eighth, and Patrick 10th. So really Quantum getting themselves into trouble coming down this run, or missing out in that shift. But just now I think the regatta would be Preveza's, but we're going to update them just in a few seconds. So Preveza, I think, probably leading now, with Quantum in ninth. So could this be the dream finish after the nightmare on the Bay of Palma at the end of 2023? Could Ergen Imri's team come away with a regatta win, the dream sign-off for the Preveza 10? What an emotional roller coaster today has been already. Breeze is back in. So our projected points table just now would have Preveza winning by 4 points ahead of Sled, Interlodge third, Quantum potentially in fourth, and Allegra fifth. So still a long way to go in relative terms. We're only coming up this second beat, but one thing we've learned over the years, I have to say, that with Preveza, they are closers when they get the chance, and they have the chance just now. Just keep it tight. Remember this time last year, or certainly the first regatta this time last year, we were all wondering whether Preveza could close out the regatta win in Saint-Tropez, and they did. Then in Scarlino, same thing, last race was who was going to win. We never thought Ergen Imri's team could make it 2 in a row, and they only went and did it. However, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, battling hard just now. Every chance to make places in this breeze, in these conditions. Preveza race leader from Vayu, Alpha Plus and Sled. So our two Asian teams in second and third. So Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, bout number 3, fighting to gain places up this final beat of the regatta. So we've only done 3 days of racing, but the 2 breezy days have been absolutely electric. Out on this left of the upwind though, sled, I think making a little bit of a gain. This breeze definitely moving around quite a lot. I would say it's sled quite high on port. And if there's a lefty coming through, then for sure Quantum in the right position to find it. Meantime, I think Vayu over on that right side, not looking quite as good as he did on the first upwind. And in the meantime, Quantum and Platoon side by side having a little tussle, which will not do either of them any particular good, but I think it's going to be all on this final downwind. For sure, sled in a lefty, a lift going across nice high line relative to Preveza, but Preveza had points on Quantum when last we did the sums. So this is close, but I think Preveza will just cross. In fact, sled just dipping momentarily, I think. Not sure about that, but for sure Preveza, whatever happens, if they could sign off with a race win, that would be one big thing for Ergen and his team. So sled in second. And I think it's close between Vayu, Alpha Plus and Gladiator. So when you consider the last days of last season for the Preveza team and the last race of last season for the Preveza team, we finished on equal points, having come onto the Bay of Palma with an 18-point lead, which they saw evaporate when they had that rig problem, losing the V1 vertical shroud. You could say that cost them the title, but when you're tied on points, any point lost over the course of the season you could consider lost in the title, but they're looking for revenge just now, and it's looking good for Preveza at the moment. But it was a very emotional end to the season. A few tears were shed. We've said a few times, Preveza won't be with us in Newport as they're building a new boat. And I think for Quantum just now, there's no easy passes, certainly not upwind. The Gladiator to windward of them
platoon to leeward. So Quantum in 7th. Sled in 4th, the Alpha Plus and Bayou hanging in there in 2nd and 3rd. 3rd and 2nd, in fact. So Provezza, Ergen Imri's team have a lead of more than 100 metres. They can't do anything more than win this race as they seek to close out the Palma title. Won for the first time. Their first ever regatta win was in 2017 in Puerto Portales. 2019 we led in Puerto Portales and then lost the top of the mast. Had to, as we all remember, had to ship a replacement mast back from Valencia, which cost them a few races, and they were contenders for the circuit title then. It's an incredible thing, isn't it, when you, I mean, they've been circuit contenders a few times, and last year, you wonder whether if they could win here, whether Ergen would be wondering, well, what might happen if they went on with the same boat through the season. But he made his decision back in Barcelona, or sorry, in Menorca last year, that he wanted to build new and push on. He's thinking much more about the 2025 season, planning ahead. However, it's not over. Quantum fighting hard, and this breeze is shifting a little bit now and then. And we've seen some big gains as Adam Bischel, the sled coach, said. Much more decided on the downwinds than upwind, and this is coming into the last run of the last race. So it's just a point separating Quantum regatta leaders from Provezza coming into this race. Remember, Quantum on 23, Provezza 24, Interlord 25, and Sled 27, Allegra 28. So for sure just now the regatta lead is with Provezza. As they come round the top mark. Nice safe ley line this time. They've had some thin ones over the course of this regatta. And at the moment, actually, Quantum are just pinned by Platoon momentarily, holding them up, and so this could be expensive. They're both coming in on port. Provezza will be at the offset, in fact are at the offset mark now as the second boat comes round, which is Alpha Plus. Remember, their day started losing a man overboard at this windward mark, but Preveza Alpha Plus second, third round is Gladiator. Next is Vayu, who led at the top mark first time up, dropped to fourth. Quantum actually are quite tight on this mark, having to shoot to get round, which is costing them a little bit, Vayu round in fourth, fifth is Platoon, sixth Sled, seventh Quantum Racing, eighth Interlodge, ninth will be Allegra, and 10th is Papre. So Platoon having to do turns once again, second time of the day. This time it's cost them a little bit more, but so things looking very good just now for Preveza coming down this run. They've got a lead of 4 points from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, who would get second if position stayed the same. Sled would get third, tied with Interlodge, but still places to change. But you would imagine that Preveza should be able to close this out. They've got a lead of 100 to 120 metres or so from Vayu. The Gladiator in third. So Preveza, remember, they started slightly ignominiously. They ended up hooking the weather mark. I think coming away with an 8th in that race, but this is a proud moment for Ergen Imri's team. It's been a long, long winter for them. Under normal circumstances, I guess he might have been happy with the second, but having led the season and then losing it on the last day, it really hurt them. So this one's going to be sweet. For that. And to be quite honest, nobody in this fleet would deny Preveza the win here. Everybody certainly felt for them, and remember that indeed Platoon chose to share the top trophy. But it's very hard not to reflect and wonder, well, supposing we hadn't decided to build a boat, what could they do this season? But as I said, Ergen looking very much forwards to 2025 and working the new boat up in Puerto Portals in August, and then in Valencia in September. So the final run here in Palma. You know, 13 years of 52 Super Series, we've seen so many dramas over the years, so many dreams coming true, but so many things happening on the last races of regattas in the last days. So Gladiator sailing a pretty tidy race all in all. Just, I think, going to miss out on the podium. So there we go, just a quick look at Eric and Imrie, the owner there at the back of the boat, massive smile on his face. Grinders there, Matthew Barber at the back of the boat. Trimmers, Fongo, Daniel Fong from New Zealand, and Grant Louis Loretz, trimmer, who joined the programme and has really made a big difference last year, helping run the sail programme. So a quick rundown of the Prevezza team. Well, Ergen Imrie, the owner, Colle Parada, who won the circuit title 4 times with Allegri before, Brad Farrand from New Zealand, the floater, Pietro Mantovani, the aft grinder, big Italian, Nacho Postigo, the wizard of Palma Bay in 5th. On the navigators, Hamish Pepper, the long-standing tactician, John Cutler, helmsman, Skip Baxter on the main sheet, Matt Barber, as I said, the grinder, Daniel Fong, America's Cup winning trimmer, as is Grant Loretz. And we always have to remember, and it's tend to overlook the fact that Ergen has still 2 amateur yachtsmen, amateur sailors, Togan Alper and Kivan Sevinch from Turkey, doing pit and mid-bow. They've been with the programme forever, and not many teams win regattas with amateur sailors in the lineup. So coming through the finish line in the next few seconds, Ergen Imrie's team are going to win the Palma title, unless there's a miracle. There was a nightmare for them on the Bay of Palma last year, and they're already almost celebrating as they come through the finish line. A few seconds to go, and there you go, the first title of 2024 should go to Ergen Imrie and the Prevezza team. Unbelievable, considering the start of the week and how things were shaping up. It's all about we're all talking about Allegri and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, and whether Allegri can close out the title. And here we go, Prevezza then come in with the dream finish. Unbelievable finish. Great scenes. Big hugs for Ergen. Their chase boat comes in. They're absolutely over the moon. Just tidying up the sails. Ergen can't quite believe it. So what a sign off, what a way to send Prevezza off to her new owners. Absolute dream finish. Ergen can't quite believe it. Big hugs for Nacho Postigo there with the hat. So the navigator who's been with the programme for a long time now. Little Collie Parada there in the white shirt, previously with with Azzurra. Knows all about winning, and he's looks after the rig and is a strategist. John Cutler and Hamish Pepper, the Kiwis, both been around for many years. Of course, Cutler, the Olympic bronze medalist in the Finn America's Cup, starting helmsman, and Hamish Pepper's been with the TP52 since Artemis days, way back in the Med Cup days, and he had a tremendous season last year and starting well this year. Skip Baxter there, the main sheet trimmer. Extraordinary. So John Cutler just having a chat with Ergen at the back of the boat. Just we spoke with John early on the week, and he did a pretty lackluster opening on the first day.
We can go closer.
But they fought back and have really.
1, 2, 3, come on, everybody! Hey!
So there we go, big cheer from the Prevezza team, the champions of Palmavela 52 Super Series, Palmavela Sailing Week. Coming in for victory shot with our photographer Nico Martinez. So I think we'll cut in a very few seconds, but it's been a fantastic regatta, a really well-deserved and popular win for Ergen Imre's Prevezza team after that disappointment last season, if you can call second a disappointment, but a great finish to a great regatta, albeit only 3 days of racing. But what races we've had, what drama we've had, what excitement we've seen, and a very fitting winner in Ergen Imre's Prevezza. Join us in June in Newport for the second regatta of the year, and also in July. So really looking forward to Newport. Join us then.
Bye.